What's up, Bo? Good morning, Grand Piano. And we're live. Good morning, everyone. Coming at you direct, 6:02 a.m. West Coast, USA. Let's start with the pre-markets, of course. Thank you all for tuning in. How we doing in the chat? Morning, Joe. Thanks for that powder, huh? Alright, cool. Let's jump into it. We're expecting big things today. We had an epic bounce on Friday, right? Looking pretty good so far. AMC is holding steady just above $10 here. Now what's going on with Viacom? I haven't heard about that this morning. Shout out to Jackie Love, our newest Patreon. Welcome aboard. Curious what the GameStop price is this morning. Okay, 181, not bad. Okay, apologies about the confusion. Expand Health. If you check the post on Patreon, there's a video on there with the connection guide. I put together a little tutorial how to connect your Discord account. Hopefully that helps. If not, email me on Patreon, please. So our Wall Street Bets plays are holding up nicely this morning. Not a lot of movement yet. Still early. 24 minutes to go. CCIV is down 1.5% pre-market. Yeah, the canal. I did see that. It's interesting. It's a big shipping, big container ship wedged in the canal, apparently. I think it got freed, but it blocked up a whole bunch of trade. It's possible that had some effect on the markets. I don't have a source for that, Alex, so I can't verify that. Unknown player says it costs $400 million an hour while that canal's blocked. Sheesh. So that does indeed halt a lot of imports and exports. That wouldn't affect GameStop per se, or AMC, but Remember, some of the bigger indexes have been selling off lately. Denwo's Many Secrets. This tune is Coastline by Track Tribe. We have a new playlist going on right now. Hopefully y'all enjoy it. Some more chill, down tempo, a little bit of hip hop as well. Some beats for later on. Again, this is the Robinhood chart. The reason I'm showing this is because it's so simple. We'll hop on TradingView in just a minute. I'm just taking a look at the general movement here over the long term. This is a monthly chart, past month. It's at 770 last month. It's holding up at 1030. Sure, it's down on the week, but it is up on the month. It's up on the past 3 months as well. It's all products going to the dollar store. Yeah. I'm sure that shipping container is packed full of dollar store supplies and a couple CCIV Lucid Airs. So GameStop's climbing a little bit pre-market. That's interesting. It's not much, 0.5%. Remember, it is at a very critical point on the charts. If GameStop is able to hold some support, potentially pushing through that gigantic magic triangle, it's gonna look good. So I'm happy to see it's not dropping so far. My pleasure, DLG. Thanks for tuning back in, man. It's a lot of fun having you all in the chat, joining me on this journey. It's a pretty epic time to be in the markets. I have a surprise for you guys this morning. Thanks to generous donations through the live streams, I was able to double down on a couple of these positions for the YouTube trading portfolio. Now, instead of 350 NAKD, we're sitting at 500 shares of NAKD. I got the cost basis below $1. 99-cent cost basis. Feel pretty good about that. And I've done the same for CTRM. Sitting at 500 shares of CTRM in the YouTube trading portfolio. Was at 250 shares, doubled the amount of shares, lowered that cost basis under $1 as well. It's at a 90-cent cost basis. I feel good about that. So I got both the NAKD and CTRM cost bases under $1. Not on SNDL, okay? However, I have a small personal position on SNDL at a lower cost basis than this, so that's why I didn't double down on this position at the moment. Perhaps in the future, if these assets do stay in the red for an extended period of time here, maybe another week, I will potentially be looking to scoop up even more shares. This is my chart that I published on TradingView for AMC a couple weeks ago. And it's cool because now we have some updated price action coming through on the chart. So if I hit this little arrow on the right side of the chart, boom, here we are, right above the long-term support horizontal line, about $9.40, let's call it. I like how these candles have closed and bounced off this yellow horizontal line that I had on the chart weeks ago. You can't make that up. Technical analysis does work, guys. Yo, Simon, thanks for tuning in. Right, Tina, a lot of people are in the red right now, and that's part of the idea with the YouTube trading portfolio. We entered high on those positions, and they did see some red. And now it's a matter of how to handle it from here. A lot of inexperienced traders are going to be selling at a loss right now. They rode down this move into the red. Perhaps a new trader entered AMC at $14, for example. They rode it down 30% to $10. They panic sell, and now we're going back up. So it's really all about the next step, what's to come ahead. It's important not to get stuck up on the past too much in real life too. I'll go ahead and post a link to this TradingView chart in the chat if anyone's interested, following along with that over time. It'll stay out here, so as more price data comes through, you can hit that arrow and see it on this chart. And the target sold all-time high, actually. There's a pretty simplistic chart. I just have the giant wedge back here with a main swing trade target for that coming from way back. It's so far back it's not even gonna load the bars, the candles from back there, but I'll show you that on the real chart. Michael says average down's a good strategy for long term. My chart's tweaking out, guys. 1 minute here. It's probably Robinhood, right? Vlad the Impaler strikes again. Screwing with my charts. My apologies, everybody. Bear with me for 1 minute, please. So literally the chart's not loading, the web page is loaded. I can do stuff on the web page, the chart is not coming through for some reason. I've never seen this before. I'm curious, I assume this is me, but if anyone in the chat, if their chart is not loading, please let me know. I'm curious if it's, maybe there's something going on with TradingView. I'm gonna restart Firefox even. the hell's going on here? Anyone know what's going on with my trading view chart right now? I've never seen this. It's not loading the candles. It's not normal. Other people's charts are working. Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep refreshing it. I'll pull up another chart if I need to and keep checking that, but yeah, I'm honestly not sure what's going on with that, guys. Just pull up the fucking Robinhood chart again for now. Still holding above 10. I'll be trying a few things here. It might just take a few minutes, so apologies about that. Pull up a new browser and whatnot. I'm logging in on a different browser. Shouldn't be any problem, let me see. And I got my charts. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, cool. Don't know what that was about. Clearly, it all works. Never seen that before. But luckily, I'm a computer scientist, so I can figure shit out on the fly. Here we go. I wanted to show you some things before the market opened on an AMC chart. We have 10 minutes. Yeah, it might have been cash. So, just last week here, we had this mini wedge coming through. Well, a couple weeks ago, it was March 10th. This was the earnings. I'm on the day trading chart, so we do have a lot of lines here. It's a little tricky to see, but I'm sure you can tell down at the bottom there's this little E, the earnings from March 10th. And that was right before, well, we started selling off right before the earnings drop. That's what happened on GameStop as well recently. So, what's interesting, using that same price action, I literally just copied the pattern and boom, it matches perfectly. So now we have two repeating patterns in essentially the exact same spot. That looks bullish already. As you can see, the last one broke out to a huge move upward. So this is what we're watching right now. If this mini wedge right here does indeed break upwards past this moving average, let's say, this white moving average, it's gonna look really nice for later this week. It could happen pretty quick. So I will leave the AMC chart open for when the markets crack off. Hopefully we see a nice move up. Perhaps retest this upper resistance around $11 early in the morning. So that's what we're watching. It's certainly not over yet for AMC. I'm not bearish by any means right now. Not unless this were to continue putting in some downwards pressure and seeing lower prices once again. Then we'll take it from there, guys. But at the time being, there's nothing wrong with this. All I see here is a correction. This looks like a normal correction after a big run up. That's all that I see here on the chart, on a bullish chart. A lot of traders, let's call them, yeah, a lot of YouTubers even straight up have been very bearish this whole run down, and there's been a lot of talks of this potentially just continuing down to about $5 to $2. And at the moment, I see no reason to stick to that type of analysis. There's nothing here that's inherently bearish at the moment. Yes, it was bearish for a couple days. It's now consolidating and potentially reversing. So there's a lot of support down below. There's long-term moving averages and these other support lines from previous consolidation back here. So there's an awful lot of support below and not many resistances above. This isn't a strong resistance right here at $11. We already smashed through that recently. So this almost isn't even a resistance anymore since it broke through a few times right here. I know that, okay, so it is a 1 hour chart, and I know that the candles are below this right now. So short term, it somewhat appears bearish, right? That may be one of those false signals I've been talking about. The moving averages right here aren't extremely accurate or precise, let's say, because the candles are moving so quick. So just because this candle is below these moving averages, I'm gonna disregard them right now. We got 4 minutes to go. How we doing in the chat? NAKD's up, Grand Piano. I doubled down on that pre-market. Oh yeah, it is pushing today. Already up quite a bit from the entry, so I entered NAKD on the YouTube portfolio at 77.5 cents. And now it's sitting at 84 cents. Yeah, it seems like people are having a great morning. That's cool. I'm happy to see that a lot of people were calm throughout this little storm. Shout out to the Diamond Hands members in the Discord chat. You guys rock. So the real issue with this dip here is for somebody who bought in high and then ate a loss. They took a big loss right there potentially. It's not a problem for people who entered at $5. So from $5 area, just over it. We're still up 96% currently on AMC for that entry. So this dip, well, that didn't even affect our profits from that entry. So this dip was really nothing from a long-term perspective. There's indeed a giant magic wedge on NAKD headstock. So on Friday there was a lot of crazy chop going on with that epic bounce. That's why we're expecting big things today. Hey Cam, I super appreciate that, bro. You keep Denwo well fed for the streams. There seems to be some sort of little delay on the super chats. Streamlabs is all good. That's why. Alright, market's kicking off, so I'm just gonna throw you an alert. Thank you, man. A little bit of green coming through. The German markets on AMC also looked nice this morning. I didn't have time to show you that before, but take my word for it. That's right, Christopher. GME's pondering Primus. Sounds about right. It's still within its own mini wedge sort of formation. GME has a ton of resistance above it. These two assets are acting really similar right now, however, so it is possible that one of them follows the other, so it might only take AMC to break out and start pushing higher for GME to start making some moves of its own. If either one starts putting in some bullish signals, I think that'll be a good sign for the other asset too. Remember, on the higher time frames, it's well underneath all these big resistances. So currently I still anticipate this orange arrow to hold is my projection for GameStop right now. It may not go that low, okay, maybe 100 is more accurate, but unless it really holds up here, I'm not so sure. Mr. Georgie boy, what's up, bro? Thanks for tuning in, I hope you're crushing it. Every dollar helps. Thank you very much, everybody. That's how I was able to double down on NAKD at 77 cents this morning. And that's sitting at 80 cents. So NAKD continues to look nice. I'll show it more throughout the morning, but just quickly, almost any resistance trend line that you throw on here, it has broken above that. So could even make it a channel, kind of descending parallel channel, about like that. Putting it where the wick is sitting down here. And then the resistance on the short term is going to be just above it here. Right about there. It's more accurate to align it with all these candle closes rather than the top of the wick right here. So I'm going to keep it right below that wick. This is the resistance on NAKD today. 84.6 cents. 0.846 cents. Alright. Some hype music now. Time to wake up. Perhaps some bullish meows are about to happen here. Bullish meow signals. Kitty's all happy today. I want to talk about entries on GME real quick, because basically during this whole dip, people have been looking to re-enter GameStop, and it's just in such a tight area right now. There's no reason to be impatient. So this is basically the area that GME is consolidating between on the short term. And for a swing trader, there's no need to risk any of your capital messing around in this little area. For a swing trader, you would want to wait for a breakout of this box in either direction. That's the move I would be going after to trade this right here, right now. Let's say it does break out of this wedge. Well, first of all, there's a high likelihood that right after the breakout, it's going to come back, retest this.
Thanks for keeping us calm during the storm. Cheers to more magic wedges and fire beats River Ninja on Discord.
Hey River Ninja, appreciate that, bro. I'm doing my best to calm the storms. It's not easy, there's a lot of FUD out there in the media. The mainstream media isn't talking too much about it. The interesting part is now we're starting to see the everyday investors become more bearish on these assets. So essentially the hedge funds are having an effect. It's a battle, so it goes back and forth, and the investors won right here when GameStop pumped up to $300 again, and then the hedge funds had a little win. The ball was in their court temporarily, and some of the YouTubers and whatnot became bearish on this asset. They got impatient. That's what we were talking about for weeks, that eventually people will get impatient as the price is consolidating. They'll sell out and then a move higher. is very, very common for these assets that are moving so extremely, to test your emotions just one last time, right? Perhaps that's what we saw right here. Just one last emotions test. Are you bullish? Boom. You have to be pretty bullish to hold through a dip like that, so, or to buy at the bottom of it. You have to be pretty bullish on GameStop to buy down here as well. So that's the testing of emotions right there. And for inexperienced traders, that's a very difficult thing to process sometimes when it happens so quickly. You wake up one morning, you're down 50%, right? You don't know what to do. So we're going to continue to stay one step ahead of the markets. And yeah, it's putting in some green today. That's great. Looks nice on the day. It's still too early. We need to see what happens up here. That's at just about $200. Keep things into perspective, because if somebody's thinking about entering here at $185, the question is, why didn't they enter here at $120 just the other day? So that's where we're at in the GameStop cycle right now. Many things could happen here, and it's a little early to say accurately, to predict which direction this is going to go. You can see the white moving average down below is heading up. The blue moving average above is heading down. So it's a very tight range right here. And it's tough to say right now. I get two windows going. AMC looks great on the day, is what I would want to see. I'm just reorganizing the charts here because this is the mini wedge on this chart. It's the day trading chart. RSI is curving upwards a little bit this morning. I'm expecting a bounce off this trend line on the RSI back into overbought territory. Back into this sell box, guys. I put this sell box on the RSI probably in my first YouTube video over a month ago. And it's still valid. I'm gonna drag it over to today. This is the RSI target, somewhere up in here. Be conservative, you could use the bottom. Perhaps a little selling right there before returning to this box. So the RSI continues to look bullish. Yeah, for sure, Primus. He says wait for confirmation is confusing for new investors. That is very unintuitive for people just entering the markets, because perhaps they heard about GameStop on the news. It sounds exciting. They want to stick it to the man. So they download their little trading app, and then the price drops overnight. they don't understand the bigger picture. They haven't been watching the charts like we have. They don't know the past price action over the last month, and they don't know the prediction over the next month that we've been analyzing on the charts. So it is very unintuitive for brand new people getting excited looking to enter these assets. Yes. Yanni, if you're having a Discord issue, please send me an email. I'm almost positive that I was been messaging you on Discord the other day, so let me know about that. It'll definitely help anybody get with their Discord issues if you have any problems. Most people don't have any issue connecting, so it's probably a minor thing. Perhaps double check your email. If you signed up with the wrong email, that could be a problem. But I will get right back to you guys on that as soon as the stream's over. If you go ahead and send me an email, please. So we're seeing a lot of green already. This is looking pretty nice because on the shorter time frame it's a higher high. It's a 15-minute chart and it's higher than these last wicks. There's somewhat of a stair-stepping pattern beginning to form that we're hoping to see. Like so. Things are looking bullish this week, James, for sure. To be honest, things were looking bullish a couple weeks ago too. So up in this area, when AMC first was pushing above $10, and we saw a lot of consolidation in this range, it did look pretty bullish. There was a good chance we saw continuation here. However, with the US dollar pumping, it dropped pretty dramatically right here and left a gap that caught a lot of people off guard, so that's why we saw continued selling. That was also right around the time the news about the AMC shareholder voting dropped, and people were generally bearish on that sentiment. So I do believe that's priced in right here, right now. After that drop, it was a big drop, pretty quick, 35% red. So potentially all of that bearish news about the voting that people were talking about, they're saying, okay, they're trying to say that the voting news is bearish for when the vote happens. I think it's about April, early April somewhere, or mid-April, when that's supposed to take place. And I don't want to talk about beginners too much today, but beginners, again, they're expecting that news when it happens over here to be bearish. So they're thinking the price is gonna drop next month, or that it's gonna keep dropping until next month. The smart money understands that the second that news drops, it's factored in, it's priced in. People are smart. They already sold that news. It's over. That news isn't relevant anymore. That was last week's news. Also, part of the reason we saw that such a substantial sell-off, it wasn't only panic selling here. There was also a strong Fibonacci target right here that got hit from way back. That was the gap target. It literally closed the gap target up here, right above the gap, and then sold off. So that's also why that was such a strong downwards movement so quickly. A lot of people had simply targeted this area from the $5 buy box entry. It hit that, they took profits. Now they're thinking about re-entering. So this is the cycle we're in, guys. It's just like back here, how it pumped and then corrected and then pumped again, then corrected and then pump again, then corrected. It's a wave like that. It's not gonna be a direct horizontal line up. I've been pretty serious in the videos lately, and that's why. It's because people, not everybody is gonna understand that, okay? Sheesh, guys. Trading views working against Denwo this morning. Dropping too much hard truths. What are you gonna do? Oh, here's the dollar chart. I might as well throw a quick technical analysis now that we're on it. It looks a little bearish up here. It's probably gonna correct, and that'll be good for these assets. If it does go down right here, the dollar, this is the US dollar currency, okay? It's called DXY. If this does indeed correct slightly here, it very well could keep going higher in the midterm, but any bit of red on this chart is going to be bullish for our risky plays. But I wanted to pull up the longer time frame AMC chart. I do have a lot of support lines drawn here. They're not extremely relevant on the weekly chart or the daily chart. I can't do that, Joanne. Everybody has to decide their own profit levels that they're comfortable with entering and exiting these assets. What I will gladly do is show you a nice sell box target, okay? I will show you this right now. For the future. So you can remember when the day comes and AMC's sitting around $35, $40, you might want to consider something like that, depending on your personal position. Because if you're watching today, congratulations, anyone watching today, you're early on these assets. It's hard to believe, but you're early on these assets. So for people watching today, entering under $10, this is a nice sell box target on a swing trade going into the next months and potentially years ahead, even higher perhaps in the future. So our target right now, even from $10, is going to be 300% on this swing trade long. Now, it gets tricky because once the price is up here, I'll be making videos, and depending on your entry, it may be a good time to sell. You get what I'm saying? But for people entering here, it's a different story. So that's why I can't say things that specific about where to enter and exit. It depends on your personal position, okay? I hope that makes sense. Cool. I don't know what happened with CID today, Brett. Let's check it out. It has felt like buying the dip. Actually, alright. Not only did I double down on those other positions, Denwo also doubled down on CCIV. I forget where exactly, somewhere around here the other day. Super bullish on CCIV long term. Remember, just as I was saying only a few minutes ago, it's very common for these assets, these risky, high risk, high reward plays. Although CCIV's not that bad risk at all, especially from here. But nonetheless, many times they will test your emotions just one last time. I think that's what we're seeing here, guys. It's testing how bullish are you on CCIV. Are you bullish enough to hold for a 10% drop or whatever it was? I am. I can ride out a 15% from there, sure. No problem. I entered my first position right here. It did break down. I entered another position here. Okay. That's how swing trading, that's part of my personal strategy on these assets right now. In my opinion, or perhaps part of it's because I'm charting a lot of different assets for you guys every day. I can't necessarily be watching this every second to day trade it. The beauty of swing trading is if you plan well enough for either situation, you can essentially set it and forget it. So I had 2 entries on this, and if it were to go even lower once more, I will enter for a 3rd time again for higher prices in the future. I've been recommending or just saying that anything under $30 is a decent entry for long term on CCIV. There's a lot of bullish indicators on the long term charts. Just real quick, let's check out like a weekly chart. And here you go. Here's the weekly chart. It couldn't look any better because it's returned to these moving averages and they're extremely bullish. This moving average is basically a straight line up. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna hold because of the merger news. CCIV. Wow. CCIV, because of the merger news with Lucid. Squiggly lines there. But because of the merger news with Lucid, I do believe this moving average is going to hold on CCIV here. And we're sitting right above it right now. It's a pretty clear chart on the weekly time frame. The RSI is lower than it's been basically ever. So this isn't oversold, but it is oversold, technically speaking. I think there's probably even bullish divergence here. There's bullish divergence on the weekly chart, guys, I believe, or maybe hidden bullish divergence. I don't want to waste too much time trying to identify that, but because basically all that we need here on the higher time frames is this moving average. As long as this holds, it's looking really nice. There's a tight consolidation area here between the other moving average. So sure, it broke down from this long-term support line, that's true. However, it's probably just a bear trap. Test your emotions one last time before a real move upwards. People got a little excited back here, bought it up to $33. It retested its support, and I would call that a double bottom, really. That's really a double bottom. It's close enough. So there are many bullish indications on the weekly chart for CCIV. That's why I'm not worried about these small intraday moves and dips and consolidation and chop. On the weekly chart, it has a lot of room to run from here. There's going to be a target at about $53. Coming from that candle close. Cool. So that's the long-term CCIV chart. I want to see how AMC is holding up.
Best analysis. Super chill. Best community. Hot beverage. You're
Right
the
on,
diamond.
bro.
We all hold gem.
Appreciate that, Thanos. Good to see you here this morning. That's great stuff. When you guys show your support like that, it lets me know I'm doing a good job, so I really appreciate that. The more support I get, the longer I stay on stream, because I know people are enjoying it. No plans today, we'll see how things go. I probably won't stream all day, but perhaps if something crazy happens, you never know, guys. But things are pretty serious today. We always have a little fun on this show, but the markets are very serious right now. I've been receiving a lot of messages about people extremely concerned about their large AMC positions. I'm here to clear things up. I'm locked and loaded, and my personal positions is to help everyone out in the chat. So throw out some questions in the chat if you're wondering what's going on. Maybe you're not quite sure what to do with your cost basis. I will check out NAKD throughout the day, Nico. I'll take a quick look at it for you. We're seeing a bit of a breakout forming on NAKD, so I'm expecting that to continue throughout the day. And it's been holding up above the pre-market prices as well. We're watching this breakout. It's a short-term and a long-term breakout here. I don't even want to be that. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it down here since we gapped up. It's a bit of a gap up there, probably a retest down here, 75 cents area, and then hopefully give a shot at breaking through this moving average at 83 cents later in the day. And then I'm expecting more pushes higher after that. Just on Friday we saw a pretty big breakout, pretty big impulsive move here, so that was the first signal to a higher time frame breakout. This is the breakout of the giant magic triangle, and now it's retested that completely. And what I think we're seeing here is the beginning of our continuation phase. So that's our short term, that's our day trading NAKD chart. It's looking bullish on the day, perhaps a very small short scalp right now, but I doubt anyone in the chat's trying to trade this. So perhaps 2% scalp, short scalp on NAKD right now, but that's just intraday. Like that. I do like how NAKD's been performing lately though. It had dipped a lot, and every time it dips a lot, it bounces. So people are buying the dips on NAKD, certainly. Robin, they can go kick rocks, Christopher. They're probably doing more than that to rocks. I have speculations, Clark, about the hedge funds. My speculations are that they have been closing their shorts on the dips. So just like retail investors have been buying the dips, I personally speculate that the hedge funds have been closing out of short positions on the dips when the prices get low. A lot of those positions are still in profits from when they initially shorted them. So they're not actually losing money, they're losing profits. And they're willing to do that to exit those positions before they actually do start losing real money. So yeah, bro, we've been seeing the short ratio decline for a month. I have no idea what other channels have been saying about that specifically. I do know at one point there's a lot of misinformation going around about a 99% short ratio, and I cleared that right up because I had never seen or heard anything remotely close to that from my sources. And so I don't know what exactly other speculations there are about that, but personally my speculation is that during these dip times, like down here, I believe the hedge funds are closing out of some of their short positions when stuff like that happens. And over time, they're becoming more bullish. We see a lot of institutional holders stepping up into AMC lately. So it's not just retail who's bullish on AMC right now. Keep that in mind. It's not a bad thing if the hedge funds become bullish. They might pump the shit out of these prices, guys. If we don't need to be against the hedge funds for AMC to go to $35. They can join our side. I'm okay with that. If they want to close all their short positions right here, right now, and pump the crap out of AMC up to $15, so be it. Then we'll all be on the same team, and it would lead into a massive bull run, I think. Because then they'll be on our side, on the bull's side, so instead of laddering shorts, right, they'll be laddering long positions and pumping it. Like, what's wrong with that, right, guys? It just might take some time for them to get back on our side again, close out of all of their short positions. They don't want to close out of them up here, that's true, so sure, they sell it down, smash it down, and then close some of them down here. And then when it pumps again, they'll do the same thing down here. It's a cycle, so they're playing both sides of the game right now. Absolutely, I can tell you that without a doubt. They're closing shorts and they're opening longs. It goes both ways. Experienced traders are absolutely playing both sides of this trade. There's a lot of volatility up and down, so there's a lot of profits to be made either way. The RSI is really extending up on the 5-minute chart for AMC. It could reach some overbought levels today. We might see a nice pump today. Some sort of trend line perhaps, like this. Yeah, that looks about right. Let me know in the chat if you agree or disagree with that whole hedge funds becoming bullish thing. Interesting. Thomas, I've never heard this song before, but it's called, well, I added it to the playlist, but it's called Klondike by Audio Hertz. I'm happy to provide the track titles of the current song for anyone who asks. I just have no easy way to post the entire playlist besides on Discord for members. I got you guys back over there. I'll be posting the playlist for today after the stream. Got some new songs today. Alright, cool. So AMC indicators look bullish. Oh, I didn't check the MACD actually today. This 5-minute one's not gonna be very relevant. Sure, it's green right now, but it's fading. Can vary a lot here. 15-minute looks very nice. Yeah. So the last time we saw something similar where there was 3 bullish bars being put in on the MACD would be back here. right before we saw a huge breakout. So yeah, check that out. Hoping for bullish continuation on the momentum here. Ooh, a 1 hour looks beautiful. We have a bullish engulfing bar coming through. So this one was lower. This one closed lower.
First donation towards the Triangle Slab
Hey.
NFT.
Much appreciated, Rebecca. 7's my favorite number. It means a lot. Thanks for the support. This is a very bullish looking indication on the MACD. It appears that it's gonna have some continuation on the 1 hour. And it's not done yet, it keeps going higher and higher. I'm seeing it come in real time. It is moving right now, higher. Yeah. 2 hour looks great as well. It's not bearish anymore. It's not extremely bullish, but it's beginning to paint bullish momentum. The last time this happened on GameStop went up to $300 right afterwards. These are the exact same signals I saw on GameStop indicators just a couple weeks ago before a massive run up. AMC looks great on all the indicators. This is a, let's call it an angel cross. It's not a perfect golden cross. I mean, I don't. That's the technical term, but it's not a huge cross just yet, so I'm gonna call it angel, hoping that it flies away. Just made that up, I don't know. And then in 4 hour, it's not green yet, however.
Your videos have helped me learn patience.
Oh yeah, Gary. I'm super glad to hear that. The most satisfying and gratifying thing about making my content is hearing you guys crushing it in the chat. For a lot of early viewers who entered AMC at $5, it's awesome. And we're holding strong, staying calm, holding strong. I don't know if the music's too loud or anything, playing around with it. Yeah, you don't even have to listen to me, just see all that in the chat. We got a lot of people tuning in profits right now. Congratulations everybody who's just chilling. Even the YouTube trading portfolio. Oh, okay, cool, the music's good. Good on. Even the YouTube trading portfolio had pretty high entries on AMC. The first, I'll show you the first AMC entry. I believe it was here at this bottom of the wick. Hold on. Trying to be accurate, let's see. It might have been even higher actually. Yeah, it was back here. This let's see. $10. I think I entered the first AMC position about here somewhere. Around $10. It may have been even right about here, because a lot of people were entering these assets on this breakout, and it wasn't the best time to be entering by any means, so I was kind of curious if I could enter at those high prices, which at the time was $10. That was considered a high price at the time. Now it's considered a pretty decent price. And to put things into perspective, right? But the point is, I was expecting that entry to not work out very well, and planning for how to recover it going into the future. So I was absolutely not gonna sell for a loss when that dip happened. And I doubled down at $8, so I got down here right before this breakout. So even that bad entry back there is working out really well still. It's up 21.5% today from that entry. Not just today, the whole, from $8.75 cost basis, right in the middle here. It's gonna be up 21% still. That's what being the power of being patient can do. Good morning, Kunwala. Who else tuning in? Dennis, Bruno. Hey Sharon. This is not GME, this is AMC. I have a lot of different charts now, guys, for all these assets. I have probably 5 to 10 AMC charts with different patterns on them. So it says GME up here, that's not correct. It's up here, the top left. This is the ticker, AMC. AMC Entertainment Holdings. That's how you know what chart I'm on. $8 is a good cost basis street trout. Yeah, big, very true. There are a lot of people against this idea right now. They don't like what I'm saying.
Thanks always, Denwo, Jerry Goldsmith, and I like Raja.
You're welcome, Silator. Great to see you tuning in. You've been watching for a long time. Cheers. I have no. Oh wow, that's very generous of you. I appreciate that. I believe that's Singapore currency. Much appreciated, Silator. Your support has always gone noticed. I notice the real supporters, guys. Anyone who's been commenting for a long time on my videos, I know who you are. People who keep tuning back into the live stream. I know who you are. Tabletop, it's awesome, man. What's your Discord name? It's a little difficult right now to keep track of everybody's Discord name compared to their YouTube name. Yeah, gotcha. Oh, okay, sorry about that, guys. It appears because I had to pull up my other browser. The Wall Street Bets is blocking the ticker name up here. That's what's going on. Usually it would be in a different spot. I'll try and pull it back up on Firefox, I think. See if it's loading now on Firefox. Just 1 second, pulling it up. On my other monitor, that's what I'm looking at over here on this side of the screen. That's reading the chat. Very strange, guys. The chart's still not loading on my Firefox. No idea what's up with that. So we're just gonna stick to Chrome today, I guess. Perhaps I can hide that. I don't use Chrome, so I'm not 100% comfortable with the UI. Alright, I'm gonna move the words out of the way a little bit. There we are. Alright, you should be able to see the ticker now. Apologies about the confusion there. Is that better? Cool. Yeah, it's normally not blocking the ticker because I'm on a different browser. But that's how you can tell what chart I'm on. It's up in the top left. This is just my other charts up here. That's why it says GME, because this is actually really my GameStop chart. This is really our GameStop day trading chart on here. I'm just showing AMC at the moment because it's nice and clean. That's why I have so many different charts. I lost count how many different AMC charts I have. No, I don't know anything about Cineworld Toon Book. If you could let us know your opinion about it, that would be cool. Curious what you're thinking. Thanks for the support, AX1 and Teach. I'll take a look at sundials this morning, John. Yeah, good morning, Sally. We did take a look at NAKD, but I'll keep up with that throughout the morning. Let's check out SNDL. Haven't done that today. Okay. So our entry target was just about $1 down here. This price was this price tag. That's the long-term support actually, coming from pretty far back on SNDL. So that support line is holding. The parallel channel is not. I'm gonna drag it lower. It's still a good slope, let's call it. I like the angle, the rate of growth of that channel. I think it was just a little too high before. So I'm gonna move it down to match the price today. Right off the bounce of this candle. Like so. That's the sundial chart swing trade idea. Long. Bullish entry right here, right now. It's actually pretty low risk for the type of asset that it is. From here, you could potentially have a very tight stop loss right here. You could have about a 3% stop loss on this entry, but that's day trading. You could even have tighter than that on an intraday entry. The support's down about $1.07. It could retest this lower support before continuation. The risk is it breaks through here and drops down to 88 cents, 90 cents. But even a 20% drop like that is pretty damn low risk for the type of asset that this is, for the type of potential that it has. Let's say it did dip down there just for fun, and then you were to enter at 90 cents, or perhaps you already did enter back here. And remember, this is the earnings report sell-off as well. So we're still sitting just right after the earnings report news. So from those low entries there, just returning to the local high up at $4 is going to be a 330% green move, y'all. You're welcome. I was trying to explain on the last stream that you're not really going to find better swing trade entries than that, like what we're seeing right here, right now. Because you can have a tight stop loss there, and it is very low comparatively to where it just was. So people are still holding who entered at $4 on Sundial, and it's essentially a 71% discount from there if you're entering today. That's how fast these moves are. So I don't think there's a whole lot further down that it could go here on the long-term chart. At most, perhaps 20%, but just like AMC, I'm expecting this area of consolidation to hold for now until things change. If something changes, that's a different story, but for now, this looks nice. Similarly to AMC, for now it looks nice, unless things were to change. So, patience is key right now. It's hard to enter or exit here. I recommend trying to make a plan for later in the week, either way. What's your strategy if it does crash and you don't have time to make a move there? Pretend you just wake up tomorrow and it's down 30%. What are you gonna do? Think about that now, just in case. On the flip side, if you wake up tomorrow and the pre-market's way up at $16, what are you gonna do then? Because I know what I'm gonna do in either of those cases. I'm well prepared. And it's important. The lesson I want to get across with that is that it's a great idea to start thinking about that right now while we are consolidating here, so that you're not trying to figure it out after that already happens. And again, that's going to depend on your entries, your personal risk tolerance, and your portfolio size. Trading style, there's a lot to it. I don't think we're going to see $8 today, Philly. We already saw a dip down to $8 just the other day. I'm pretty sure that was on Friday, yeah. So, or was it Thursday? This dip right here technically went below $9. It was down to $8.93. So technically we just dipped to $8 the other day. I don't think we're gonna see that today again. People had their chance to enter down there. It's likely they're not going to get a second chance.
Got into SNDL at 80, just picked up another 100.
Oh, cool.
Wish I would have gotten further in the dip.
That's cool, Keith. Thanks for the donation. 80 cents is a great cost basis. I might have to double down on Sundial the longer it stays down at these prices. If it stays below $1.50 for another week or two, I'll probably scoop up some more shares, but I do have a little bit. I have a couple of calls on Sundial, full disclosure. It's moving very fast, Dub's Revo. I entered the YouTube trading portfolio at like $1.40 or something, very high. So you're not alone on that. A lot of people entered much higher as well, and they're still holding sundial. It is looking good so far still on the AMC chart. Higher highs. Higher lows. Morning, J-Bake. That's cool, man. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the show, but I did the same thing pretty much on the YouTube portfolio. There you go, Corey. That's the right way to think about it. SNDL's testing people's emotions. But the more it dips, the more attractive an entry it becomes, and the more I want to accumulate of it. Is a muffin, sorry. Just having a quick bite so we can stay alert. I don't think we've seen anything yet. There's a small green opening, but going over to the next couple hours into lunchtime, I think people could buy this up a lot higher soon. I thought 2 cups of coffee would be enough today. I don't know. I might have to make a 3rd during the intermission later. Short and distort. I like that. Chill up. I'm not trying to show anything, man. No moon boys here. These are very risky assets. Interestingly enough, I saw some bearish posts on Twitter last night about shilling. The bears are coming after the bulls, calling the bulls shills because we're bullish on AMC. I don't think that's shilling at all. I just like the stock, guys. I liked it at $5. I like it at $10. Nothing has changed from that perspective. They weren't calling Denwo a shill when Denwo was talking about an entry at $5 and everyone was panicking. Apparently I wasn't a shill back here, but now that our prediction was accurate, apparently they think I'm a shill now. Nothing's changed. I've been bullish all month on AMC. Oh yeah, for sure, Toonbook. I've been continuing to enter CCIV as it goes down. I'm planning to hold that. That's a long-term trade idea. I'm planning to hold CCIV for months. It's absolutely not crashing. It's consolidating, guys. This is CCIV. And it's a long-term idea, so however, it is moving extremely fast. We're talking just a few months, perhaps 3 to 6 months trade idea, swing trade on CCIV to get to these higher prices. hopefully sooner, right? But we'll see how things go. So yeah, I'll be holding that for a while. Not planning on selling it anytime soon down here. I'm waiting for higher prices on that patiently for mid to long term. So yeah, the lower it goes, the more I'm accumulating it. I don't mind that it's still at these prices right now. It gave me a little time to pick up a couple more calls on it. I'm not recommending options. Many people had long calls, even just right here, that expired worthless already last week. Calls or options of both sorts are very difficult to trade on the short term right now, and even higher time frames. If you don't hit the peaks almost exactly, it's tough to exit those positions. So shares, holding shares, this is a great entry for mid to long term still. It's risky to be entering options here. It may take some time before a significant move, so yeah, I'm a fan of chess, Justin, but this almost is chess in a way. So I tend to just do charting instead of playing chess. But funny little story, when I was younger, I was just a kid myself, but I went to teach younger kids how to play chess. Some organization or whatever. So yeah, I like chess. The RSI is holding support. I'm zooming in a lot on AMC now because it's getting pretty close to breaking either above or below some of these moving averages. It's just a 5-minute chart. What tickers are you thinking of, Brett, specifically? I'm not trading anything in the gaming industry. The gaming industry is pretty inflated right now in the grand scheme of things. I'm a gamer, I know a lot about the gaming industry, so it used to be about a $10 billion a year industry when I went to school for programming. Now it's like over a $50 billion industry. I'm sure the gaming industry will continue to grow over time. I don't think it's gonna stop anytime soon, but it's not very early on those big gaming companies like Roblox and whatnot. They have pretty big market caps. That MVIS analysis was interesting, huh, Becky? I felt bullish about it at first glance and based on the sentiment on Discord, but the longer I looked at the chart, the more bearish signals I was finding. Cheers, Jason. You never know, perhaps a NFT, right? Yeah. Triangle slap NFT. Okay, it probably depends on the ticker, Brett. I have a lot of fun doing the members videos. That's some of my favorite content to make because I drop it pretty raw for you members out there. I appreciate all your support for showing your love in the members content, those special videos. It doesn't seem like it, but a lot of thought goes into those of what I'm gonna show you over the weekend, so I'm glad y'all enjoy that content too. It's very different from the YouTube channel. Good idea, Becky. I think I will throw up the CTRM chart today. Yeah, that's a good idea, man. Perhaps once AMC returns to $35, we might do something like that to celebrate, yeah. That's when the rum comes out. That's when we switch the coffee for the rum, guys. Once AMC is pushing $30. The alcohol is gonna come out. Chris, that's a great question. The problem is there's many books about trading and investing and all that. And a lot of them are outdated. The new age style is live streams, right? So people like myself aren't necessarily writing books about it anymore. But if you're really looking for some more learning resources, I recommend studying some basic math principles, math charting, like logarithmic growth, delta, rate of change over time, okay? So very important things. Get some practice with what happens, different axes. When you put the time up and down and the price on the bottom, when you switch those, what happens to the chart, that sort of thing. Once you get a better grasp on how charts function in general, it all applies to the stock market charts. So if you're really itching for some learning material, I would recommend studying some basic math charting principles like the log scale applies right here. This is logarithmic growth now. When I turn that on, you just can't see it very well on the shorter time frames because that's part of the function. So if you understand the math behind what that's doing, it makes a lot more sense. Yeah, it's moving a lot more on the higher time frames. So it's important to understand some of those basic things and apply them to your price charts. Also, there is a lot of really good interviews from successful investors. I'm talking big investors, millionaire, billionaire types, right? I don't want to throw any names out there right now. I'll tell you guys in the Discord if anyone's curious, some of those people, but if you're looking for more learning material, some of those interviews from the very successful investors, you can learn a thing or two just on their philosophy. Maybe not exactly their strategy, but usually you can pick up a thing or two just by seeing how they talk about trading. And I'll tell you right now, they're all calm about it. None of them are freaking out about prices. No matter what happens, they're very calm and cool and collected. They're strategic about their investing and trading. There's no panic in their trading. There's something to be said about that. Oh, okay, cool. I'm not sure who you're even talking about, Tej, but there's probably a few people like that. CCIV will take some patience for sure. Good morning, Puzzle. Cool to see you tuning back in. I recognize a lot of the names this morning in the chat. It's always great to see. I'm not sure, somebody else mentioned something about Viacom today, Vince. I don't know the details about that. Forced deleveraging Viacom and Discovery. Yeah, I don't know enough about that to make a accurate comment. I've not checked the news today. I've just checked the charts. Like a real trader. Great question. Chris, how long did it take me to become a successful trader? Depends what you mean by successful. It probably took me a good 5 years to start seeing profits. Let's put it that way. No joke. I don't mean start seeing profits. That's probably not a good way to phrase it, because I want to explain something real quick. Why do you think people get into trading in the first place? Think about it. Everybody wins their first trade, guys. Everybody wins their first trade. I'll say it a third time. Everybody wins their first trade. That's how you get addicted to the game. That's why we're all here. That's the easy part. It's about your next trade. So if you're seeing brand new investors making content about this stuff who won their first trade and they think they're a master investor now, I got news for you, buddy. They're starting to see red for the first time and they don't know how to handle it. So honestly, guys, just winning one trade is not enough. It's about being consistent is the whole point. Sure, you might smash it and double your money in a month and think you're a genius. Everyone feels that way. I did on my first trade, guys. I had no idea what I was doing back then, really. It only was until I started losing money after that until I really understood what was going on, until I decided to really figure out the patterns and the cycles and the waves and the psychology, right? It's almost every successful investor has blown up one or two or more portfolios before they become successful. And if they're hiding that, if they're not honest about that, it's not true. You can't learn if your portfolio only goes straight up, right? We need to watch both sides of the market. Blowing up entire portfolios, so that's right. So for example, Denwo started trading in crypto many years ago. And I had a Bitcoin account that I essentially drained to zero from over trading it and having to withdraw it for other expenses over time. And we also saw a huge bear market for about 3 years on Bitcoin. So a lot happened, and I wrecked that entire portfolio on its own from over trading. That was probably 7 years ago, something like that. Luckily, it wasn't my only portfolio, and that's the key, guys. That's where risk management comes in. It's okay if you wreck a portfolio, as long as that's not all you have. If you can't recover from that loss, then you're risking too much to begin with. So I didn't give up after that. And I had many wins and many losses over the years along the way. And only did I feel successful once I became more consistent at locking in profits and refining my personal trading strategy to align with my emotions. We all have different emotions. And once I was able to tune my charting into my emotions in my daily life, things clicked and everything changed. So at the end of the day, this swing trading style is not going to work for everybody. It's a lot to it. That's right, Sam Hawks. Trading isn't easy. I'm going to I take it very seriously. We have a lot of people in the chat right now who have big bags at AMC on the line. I understand. I know. I'm doing this for you guys. I'm giving you the most accurate analysis I can, because there's a lot of money on the line right here, right now. Big bags. I'm talking over $100,000 of AMC. I would consider that a decent sized bag. That's on the lower end. Yeah, exactly. It is relative. So even $1,000 position on AMC will be considered a big bag to a lot of people, and I understand that. So I'm doing this for you guys too. I don't want you to lose your $1,000 either. So. But there is just a lot of money on the line right now. We have a lot of viewers who have loaded up at low prices, low entries. A lot of viewers entered at $5. A lot of viewers entered at $9. And we have viewers as well who entered at higher prices and have been able to lower their cost basis through some of these dips. I'm really glad to see that. I think that's gonna pay off soon, because once we push higher, those higher entries are gonna be in profits a lot sooner. Funny chat. Welcome to the channel, Clark.
Wise words.
Thank you, Local Coast. Hope your portfolio's doing well this morning. I know you understand what I'm talking about. One $40 strike for January. Well, that's a very high strike price, having a $40 strike on AMC. However, January 2022, that's quite a few months away. We might have enough time here for it to actually reach that. If we were to see a pretty substantial run up pretty quickly, it could definitely hit $40 before 2022. $2022 is all the way out here, guys. So that's how fast AMC is moving. I don't think it's gonna take this long to get back up here. Pretty certain it's gonna happen a lot quicker and catch people off guard. All of a sudden it'll be $20, $25, and we're gonna see it in the news again on CNN and all that. They'll be talking about it again. New investors will step in, keep pushing it higher, and then we'll be in our sell box area. Plan for that now. But no worries, I'll definitely be showing you that again once we do push higher. Keep you posted with that. We're charting AMC and GME every day here on this channel, as well as many other exciting assets. So, quick announcement. Thank you everybody tuning in this morning. Apparently the markets are closed Friday for the holidays, so with that being the case, I will be live streaming on Thursday morning, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. Doing great, Aniston. How you doing? Hope you're having a green day today. There's a strong chance of a dip or a correction at the $20 area, Tej. I haven't exactly planned any kind of sell up here yet, any kind of exit, because I don't know how fast this move is gonna happen yet. We'll see if it takes some time to accumulate and slowly climb higher and higher, or if it just shoots right up and then right back down, kind of a thing. It's a little early to say. But it's continuing to look bullish on the day, y'all. I'm not seeing anything concerning here. We're holding the long-term support very nicely. Seeing a lot of green coming through still. I believe it's just being held down a little bit from last-minute people panic selling, exiting, getting impatient. They're not so sure what's gonna happen here, so they're exiting. But sooner or later, we're gonna see a big move out of this box of consolidation. Sorry, what's up, Christian? Any technical analysis on what's going on now? What do you mean? This is technical analysis. Oh, okay, I got you. Sorry about that, man. Can you go over why you think... Guys, it's... Christopher, if I missed your question, I'm sorry about that, man. It's really hard to keep up with the chat when the price is... when there's so much going on right now with the price, so... If it's an important question, the best way to alert me is by using the donation or super chat. Thanks. So your question Just can you go over why you think there might be a reversal? Is there anything the market is showing? There's a lot of stuff the market's showing. There's a lot of bullish signals. There's not many bearish signals. I'm pretty sure the US dollar is still going down today. Oh, it's not. I take that back. It broke out. So it is following the continuation I was expecting. I didn't expect that breakout this morning. That's interesting. This looks bullish for AMC. The reason being is it didn't absolutely tank. It still could, sure. Based upon the dollar pumping, that's the only reason I would think it would dip. With that being said, it's a really good sign that this is holding sideways while the dollar broke out so strong today. Normally, like we saw back here when the price was dropping hard, the dollar was going on a pretty big breakout during this period. So while the dollar was going up, AMC was going down. Right now the dollar is flying up still, but AMC is going sideways. That's a bullish sign to me that AMC isn't getting wrecked from the dollar pumping today. Because basically what that means is once the dollar does stop pumping, so it's gone up a lot, and once it comes back down, the dollar chart, AMC should break out. I hope that makes sense. I'm not sure if that's gonna make sense to new people. It's a pretty advanced concept when you start getting into the dollar correlation and risk adverse assets and whatnot. Alright, yeah. It's been tough to keep up with the chat today. Let's see what y'all are talking about. Red for the third straight day. I think things are changing here, right angle. It's looking green today for the most part so far. I'm really not sure what you mean by a simple analysis, Christian. I'm doing my best to simplify things here. Maybe here's the trading view chart, Christian. Try clicking on that link and looking at that chart. It's a very simple overview of my AMC trade idea. Today we're expecting a lot of volatility, so I am on the higher time frames right now. This is the intraday chart. Appreciate the support, Justin. Oh, okay, you're RSI. Yeah, I'm doing my best. Thanks for your patience. I'm happy to answer your questions, guys. I may not see it with all the charting I'm doing at the same time. The RSI has been bullish today on AMC. It's holding this support line. I'm expecting it to bounce from here. This is what I'm looking at for AMC RSI. I think it's going to return to overbought territory soon this week, most likely. This is the old support line. I had changed it on the other chart. It's really down here now, something like this. That's what the RSI looks like right now, bud. It's very tight consolidation. Thanks a lot, Joseph, for those kind words. Awesome question, Joshua. It's a difficult thing to wrap your head around, but that's the right idea. Joshua asks, if the rest of the market was red when the dollar went up, is AMC acting different than the market relative to the dollar? And essentially, yes, that's the right idea. AMC is behaving differently than a lot of those other big indices. Just for fun, pull up the SPX so you can see, even just today on the day, there's a lot of red coming in right now on the 5-minute chart for SPX, right, as the dollar's pumping. But AMC is holding sideways. I know there's a little bit right here, but it's not as correlated as those other big assets. That's why I like these risky plays, because they have a good chance. They actually do have a really good chance of diverging away from those other assets' behavior. So what I've been expecting for about 6 months, and I believe we're starting to see this play out now, is that a lot of the overbought assets, and just for example's sake, I don't know what they're doing today, but just for example, Tesla and Bitcoin, they're very expensive entries right now. It doesn't mean they're not still bullish, but point being, we're beginning to see more profit taking in those assets that have gone up 10x over the past year. And I think the reason is people are selling off for profits and entering assets at a lower price, such as AMC and NAKD. Unfortunately, GameStop is a whole beast of its own. I'm gonna pull that up. Sorry to my GameStop holders of not showing the GameStop chart much today. Let's take a look at that. It looks ugly, continues to look bad. Bouncing around the charts for just a second here. Saw somebody was panicking about CCIV. Here's your support line for CCIV. Alright, cool. So GameStop. Guys. It looks horrible. At least for now. It's a very good chance this is coming down right now. About 5%. And then we'll see. It's gonna be touching this moving average by then. The purple line that's curving upwards. I'm curious to see what will happen right about here. If it does come down here. At $170. There's not been much going for the bulls on GameStop in quite some time. Ever since GameStop got rejected at 300, things were looking rough on this chart. Our sell box was up here at 300. Ever since then, it's been trending down. Keep that in mind. It's still a downtrend from there. We haven't seen anything major yet, any big change. All we saw was a little dip. It could just be chop going lower. So until things change on this chart, $120 buy box, bearish target, short target. As I've been saying all along on this chart, as long as GameStop's below this yellow line right here, I'm going to continue to feel bearish about it. It's not even that I feel bearish about it, it's what it looks like on the chart. Edvin, I'm not expecting AMC to dip from here. It may dip a little bit, but it's definitely finding long-term support here and consolidating, so yeah, like it might dip a little bit, man, but I'm not expecting it to come down to $9 right now. We'll see. If it breaks below here, it might. It's getting very close to making up its mind. Thanks, Gregory. I'm not sure about a dip on Discovery. Not charting that personally. But like I was saying, the dollar's pumping, so there's probably a lot of other dips going on across the market right now. Yeah, I'll catch you up with CCIV in a little bit. We've been throwing the chart up here and there, watching a few different charts this morning. Cool. Thanks for the kind words, Phantom. Happy to have all my new viewers along for the ride. AMC's worst stock. It depends on your perspective. In Prem says AMC is going down. It really depends how you're looking at it. For people who bought in up here, yes, it's going down. For people who bought in back here, it's going up. But again, guys, it's holding this long-term support right now. Nothing bearish has happened here yet. There, I'll even throw a little arrow on there. Make it green. Citadel's getting margin called, possibly. That's all part of it, whether they're closing shorts or they're getting liquidated on those positions. Either way, it's good news for holders. There is strong support at $10. That's the psychological level right now. You can see it bounce a couple times back here. So people want to buy AMC below $10. I'm not convinced they're gonna get a second chance to do that. A lot of the times, once you figure out you want to buy the dip, it's too late. It's gonna take off before you can get another opportunity to do that. Good question, Passive Hercules. With $100 dues? If you literally mean dollar dues, hopefully you can trade the US markets, but or the stocks tickers are on your own market. Today, perhaps NAKD. I literally did that this morning. I'll pull that up again real quick. NAKD is at a perfect entry for long term. This is the lowest point. I think it'll be today. That's what I was talking about this morning. Close that gap. So with $100 dues, I would personally enter NAKD because you could scoop up over 100 shares for that price. Right? Get like 120 shares and this could go up to $5-10 long term. And then you have a couple thousand in profits from that $100 dues. Not too bad. It's a nice long-term swing trade entry here, NAKD. No, I doubt they have to close positions by March 31st. Miss Benny, not sure where you heard that. There's many different short positions that have been opened on AMC over the past few years. They're not all during March. No way. Here we go, CCIV. So what I'm talking about, guys, it's got a lot of support down below. This very well could be a bottom on CCIV. I'm thinking we're about to see $23 again real soon. Oh, thanks for that, Prem. Love all the support in the chat. It keeps me going. That's why I give you the truth, all the facts. Because we have a smart audience, very intelligent discussion going on. Ignore all the scribbles. I'm just focusing on the shorter time frames. CCIV right now. Look at this big wick coming in, the hourly candle. That represents buying pressure. Yeah, we're gonna keep up with GME throughout the day, Marco. And it's good to see you back in the chat today as well. However, it's been looking bearish for a while, well over a week or two. It's been looking bearish since this point, way up here, and nothing has changed at all. So no matter what GME does today, it's no kind of confirmation until it gets out here. We really need to see GME above $200 for it to be any bit bullish whatsoever. Right now, it's not looking bullish. This is a big red candle opposite of AMC. We see a huge wick on top, which means selling pressure, instead of AMC where it's on the bottom, meaning buying pressure, right? So GME continues to look bearish so far today. This is a very old idea. I'm not making this up right now. I've been bearish on it from $300 and it's just continued to trend down. That's the greater cycle, the bigger picture at play here. So it also hasn't done anything significant on the shorter time frames. It is moving very fast, so I'm gonna move this resistance up here now, like that. For GME bulls, this is what you'll want to be watching here. You need to see a break up here, breakout above this resistance, this diagonal yellow line. That's gonna be the first real test. It's right here, like $185 just about. But you really need to see it get over 200. And then break out above the giant magic triangle at like $210 more realistically, guys. GME needs to close candles up here for things to change on the higher time frames. Until that happens, it's well underneath all these resistances and it's likely going to trend downwards still. It needs to either consolidate and then break out of here, or break out of here right now and then consolidate, one or the other, but that has not happened yet. So that's the day trading chart on GME. There's many bearish things you could put on this chart. I could simply do a trend line right here, like that, and it's a breakout below the trend line. It's a bearish breakout. Again. Just like we saw right here. Doesn't look pretty right now. Many bearish scenarios on GME right now. There's only one bullish one. Maybe it can pull it off. Remember the earnings. I forget the exact date. It should be here on the chart. It's at the end of the giant wedge though, which is pretty crazy. I can't wait to see what happens around this next earnings coming up on GameStop. That'll be very interesting, depending on where the price is around that time. It could take that whole time going into the next earnings. And that next conference call is May 27th, the end of May. few months away. GME might take some patience. I'll keep you guys posted on that as new patterns develop. I'm not seeing anything crazy yet. Cool, Charlie 2, welcome aboard, man. It's great stuff. Happy to have all our new members. Our Discord community is amazing, our trading community. I would like to grow it a little bigger for now. I think we still have some room for growth in our community, and more heads are better than one, so almost every day, even Denwo is learning stuff from the other members out there. People are sending me news articles and their own chart ideas, so I'm happy to have some new people aboard. I don't want it to get too big. Eventually I may limit it. Surely we're gonna see a move on AMC any minute now. This can't stay at this price for very long here. There's no way. Time's ticking. It's testing the moving average resistances. I would like to see this push higher right here. The RSI on the 5 minutes curving up. It's not much, but it's something. It's definitely better than nothing. PLTR, I plan to make a chart of that in the future. Yeah, exactly, Prem. I'm going to be making a members chart for PLTR because there's been a lot of talks about that. It's not something I'm going to show today because it would take me a long time to chart it out on the stream. I don't want to start a fresh chart of it right now, but I will be posting an exclusive chart with that later. And that chart will include entries, exits, and stop losses. That's hilarious, dude. It's probably a bot, or I saw that earlier. It's funny. It's probably a bot, or maybe one of my competitors, perhaps. Perhaps somebody else was about to go live, right? I saw Denwo live to go hit the quick thumbs down. What are you gonna do? I'm here doing my best to help you guys. And the only way I know that you're enjoying it is with the support in the chat and the donations. That's what keeps me going. Besides that, I just continue to talk and tell you what I see. So your support directly helps me know I'm doing a great job. Thank you very much. And that's why we're gonna have an intermission in a little bit here so I can continue with this stream for you all for a few more hours. No, Powder Hound's on our side, man. Powder Hound's our official moderator. If he thumbs it down, it was on accident. Maybe that's what happened. Somebody clicked it on accident, right? I thumbs down my own video before on accident, so it happens. What are you gonna do? Tell her I said hi, should have known. Those are a couple of our Wall Street Bets plays as well, Coker. We're keeping an eye on those on the Discord. I'm not actively showing them on the channel though at this time. Yeah, those are funny. It's great having people in the chat along for the ride today. I would be doing this on my own anyway. Denwo is a trader with 15 years of experience. I do this full time. I'm here to help you guys learn better. I'm not doing this for my own benefit. I don't care about the money. I don't run commercials on this channel. That's just the truth. What can I say? Pull up my AKD real quick. It's breaking out, just like we expected. I called this a minute ago, so whoever was saying that, there you go. We made another accurate call. We're making accurate trading calls every day on this channel. If you're skeptical, go and watch my past videos. That's what's up. We called GameStop at $40. Entry on GameStop at $40. Ask anyone in the chat about that. We called the top on GameStop at $300. So whatever you think about my content, we are accurate. And that's why I'm here, to deliver you accurate information, right? I'm here to help you learn. I'm not here to give you bullshit. I'm not here to just pump everyone up and get you all excited and lose all your money, right? I'll show you what's on the charts and you can make your own decisions. Thanks a lot for your support. With that all being said, I'm going to take a 10-minute break here, just cool down a little bit. Get another muffin, perhaps brew another cup of coffee. So do what you gotta do, guys. Thanks again for tuning in. I'll see you in a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes, no worries. Yeah, you got it. Leave the music pumping. Alright, 10-minute intermission, everybody. Thanks. AMC's moving a little bit. It's all love, guys. No hate. We're all on the same team. pumping. And we're back. Thank you everyone who stayed tuned in for the intermission. Emil's got his coffee brewing here from Colombia today. Only the finest imported coffee beans. We're good to go for another hour or two. Not gonna do a marathon today, just showing you the plan for the week ahead. Remember, I will be live again Thursday morning, 9 o'clock Eastern. So this is looking good. We wanted to see some continuation here. It is breaking above the moving averages. We just got the purple one in front of us. And it's pushing up on that now, $10.50. I wonder if GME is doing something similar. It is. However, it may close underneath this resistance, guys, so don't be fooled here. This is a false signal. And now it's confirmed with this one candle coming through. So if this holds, it looks okay right now. It might sell off still. I want to see some more candles closing on GME up here to start feeling more bullish on it, but right now it's too early. Hopefully we see a test up here.
Bought an AKD at 75. Thank you, Denwo.
Nice.
Definitely subscribing to the Discord.
Cool.
Love your chill style and even chiller beats.
Sounds great, Chris. Congratulations on that entry for NAKD. Apologize I don't recognize the currency, but thank you very much for the generous donation there. And can't wait to see you in Discord later. Go ahead and send me a message once you do join the channel. Join the community. I'll remember you from the stream. I know who all the real supporters are. You guys are awesome. We got the best audience. And people are crushing these trades. They're very difficult to trade and we're still crushing it. Let's keep it up with this AMC move right here. Again, GameStop is somewhat bearish right now, but AMC is very bullish still. It's a difference. It's a huge difference in the two charts. Perhaps they're finally starting to act more independently. And just for fun, let's check in with the dollar index. It has dropped a bit over the past half an hour. So that could be where some of this green is coming through. We're hoping that the dollar is not going to have a major impact on AMC. With the administration change and reopenings, the dollar is getting stronger right now. The green came from James. Cool, cool. diamond hands are scooping up more shares, guys. This is not a bad entry for long term. Anything under $10 I've been saying, and it's only at $10.40. It's only a slight premium from the $10 entry right now. Has a long way to go to the upside on a bull run here. Even from this entry, even on a short term, just a long scalp here on the short term, you could get a nice 20% just on the short term 5-minute chart. Other streams end too soon. I plan to go as long as it takes to provide the relevant information. Once I feel that I've accomplished that, I'll end the stream. I do have a daily AMC and GME update video coming out tonight for tomorrow, so not planning on a marathon today, but we'll see. Yeah, exactly. I could chart this for, I'm sure I've literally charted for 24 hours straight at some point during this past couple of weeks. I literally could talk about this stuff for days. So I don't want to overdo it. I've probably already melted a few brains in the last live stream. Just remember, not everyone's gonna understand the concepts I'm explaining. They're very high level, advanced, outside of the box way to think about things. Are wrinkles in your brain a good thing or a bad thing? I never understood that. The whole smooth brain thing, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Exactly, it's a very critical point in the markets right now, Isaiah. So I want to help people understand the bigger picture at play. A lot of inexperienced traders are getting absolutely wrecked right now on both sides. I'm sure there were entire portfolios that got liquidated on this drop. Don't be one of those people. Plan ahead, just in case. It's okay to take a loss temporarily. The problem is taking a big loss like that, exiting the position, and then what? Say you're down 50%, now you have to recover a whole lot more to even get back to break even before you see profit. So the key is really to not take a big loss like that in the first place. It's all about risk management. Patience is, the most important quality during volatility like this. Rinse and repeat is not always profitable. A a lot of false signals right now. So GameStop puts in some bullish looking indicators on the short term, and that may have worked in the past when it was at $40, but now it's different. And it did drop from that breakout, so the breakout is not confirmed at all. That was not a breakout, that was just a retest, and it got rejected so far. Price is sitting down here. Another false signal. It looks like a breakout, a little pump, but it's not yet. Nice. Chris has been holding CR for 6 years. Not even sure what asset that is with ticker. Hey William. Good to see you made it. I'll pull up CCIV for you once more. We've covered it a bit today, but oh yeah, Cameron, I haven't checked it since I charted Microvision on the member video. I suppose I'll pull it up on the chart real quick since we have a lot of members talking about Microvision. So CCIV and Microvision coming up. Just reading the chat. No, Sam, I've not. I've been streaming since before the markets open, so I've not seen any news articles today. If you want to inform us more about that, that would be cool. That's the power of our community, is we can help each other stay on top of the news that's coming out every day. Brett says it could be false news, meme stocks. It's very possible. There's been a ton of hit pieces, media hit articles on GameStop, especially. They really are trying to drive this price lower. It's interesting how much news there was about GameStop back during the congressional hearings. Now they're almost keeping it hush-hush. It's almost like a secret right now. They're trying to suppress the news. They don't want people talking about GameStop. And we're not seeing this retest up here so far. I'm gonna lower it. We need to retest this area now. $185 still. Nothing's changed. Alright, cool. CCIV. It's holding up fine. I like the look of this wick on the last hourly candle that came through. That's buyers stepping up to the plate there. This current candle has not gone any lower. It hasn't even reached the previous candle's price so far. So that's looking okay. As long as this lower level holds for today, that looks good. So that's the line we're watching on CCIV. In the way it's been behaving, I'm pretty sure it's about to head up from here soon. I don't think it's gonna touch back down to $21. It may, but the way it's looking, it appears that this may have been the low, the bottom on this move. Alright, and just real quick, pull up microvision since people are watching that, and look, it's well below the support lines, guys. These are the long-term supports. The yellow horizontal, or yellow diagonal, and the blue horizontal are two strong long-term supports. It's well underneath that. It's trending down still. It looks bearish. The bearish case is in full effect on MVIS right now. It could come as low as way down here somewhere. No, a lot lower. Let's call it there for now. $10-ish. $10.50. That's the bearish target. And there are lower targets as well. It's a real bearish entry target on MVIS, a short target right here. Boom, $5.50. That's your entry, $6. There's MVIS, guys. Bearish until something changes on the chart. That's what I'm looking at. That's a 50% decline. Luckily, we're not seeing those same kind of patterns on AMC. The difference is microvision's up 1600% on the year, so that's 15 times. AMC is only up about 4x. Sounds good, Civilized. You're not the only one. I have a personal position on CCIV as well. Music's a little loud, okay. It was probably just that song, that techno blasting. I'm gonna go back to some of our original awesome music. Price is getting squished between the moving averages quite a bit here. It's not inherently bullish or inherently bearish at this point. It's right in the middle. It's right in the middle of this high and this low. And it's heading towards the end of this consolidation triangle. We should see a breakout likely today. If not after hours, potentially, or tomorrow. But it's getting very close. Yeah, the end of it's today. And we should see a breakout before the very end of it. So soon. Yeah. Good feedback, randomized. I'm always adjusting and working on my special effects and stuff, so For the live streams, I will likely be adjusting the WSB logo to not be as prominent in the future. I think you should be able to see the ticker. I'm constantly working on improvements for the channel. That's part of it. Special effects. I'm almost ready to place a support trend line down below. It's a little early, a little premature, but might as well put one there and just keep an eye on it. That looks pretty good for now. Lots of touch points along this trend line. It's good short-term support for the day for right now. I'd like to see it continue riding that line higher. GME is struggling to hold 180. All these moving averages coming down. There's some buy boxes, E-bomb. It's just they're a lot lower than where the price is right now. These last dips on GameStop were within the first buy box. I think it was under 175. Anything under 175 was the first buy box, but the real buy box is much lower. It's really way down here. Here's the dip I was meaning. This dip right here entered the buy box just exactly there, our first one, and bounced right out of it. So that's really the only buy box we've seen on the chart in a while, and it's still valid and relevant right now. So there are indeed buy boxes down here, the green and the purple buy box. The purple one's the better entry. Anything under $100 is a pretty good entry if it goes that low. There's just no buy box up here, unfortunately. It's way too risky at this level of consolidation. We're still awaiting a breakout above it or below this green box. So it's not a buy box, it's a bull versus bear box. Moon phases. I saw a gigantic full moon last night. Could be something to do with it, I suppose. The VWAP's at 184. Yeah, well, even so, 184 is below everything still. We need to start seeing some prices above 200. There you go, Gibber TV. It's a pretty good entry on GME. you would be up quite a bit from there right now, so I'm sure you're not panicking. NAKD is indeed a long hold. I don't even want to call it a midterm hold. I'm not confident on how long a bull run for NAKD is gonna take or how long it could last. It's a pretty different looking chart than a lot of other charts. It's a much higher time frame chart. It could take a few years. That's why I'm accumulating shares of NAKD underneath $1. Appreciate that, Nesta Dugong. I hope to get some more diversity in the audience. We have many AMC holders, many GameStop holders. We don't have a lot of CCIV people or NAKD fans. Because they are such long-term holds, it's a lot of real long-term investors entering CCIV and NAKD. It's not the juice company. It is a, let's call it a fashion swimwear lingerie company. Right on, Gary. It's a good idea. You're welcome to join. I put out charts on all these assets weeks ago, well in preparation for those dips. So by the time I was able to chart it out on the YouTube channel, our members had already entered CCIV at $20 a week or two before that. That's what's great about the Discord. The YouTube channel is only a fraction of the content that I'm putting out. Alright, so the short term fell through a little bit. I'm gonna lower it. I'm gonna lower it to these wicks instead. For the time being. See if that breaks through, and then this is our support. NAKD's an apparel company, yeah. The song saying stop to all the bears. It's the battle of the panic versus the chill people. Naked Juice is owned by Pepsi. Probably not the best investment there then. I'm glad we're not talking about the juice company. The fundamentals are strong on NAKD. That's part of the reason I'm bullish on it for long term. It's because they have legit products and they have a large market. It's out of New Zealand as well. It's not an American company. Just to throw that out there. So maybe they're not completely profit driven, perhaps. They might care a little more about customer service or something. Our Islander friends are very nice people, so they do have some good companies over there. In Australia too. I'm still liking the look on AMC right now, Even after this red, the moving averages are holding. Support's holding. Red Andre Bake. All of the YouTube portfolio positions are pretty decent long-term holds. I may even swing trade them a bit, depending on how things go at some point, but for simply looking at stocks to enter for long term, yeah, all the YouTube ones are decent right now. That's really funny. A lot of people thought it Naked was the juice company. Chris, predict AMC's price in May. I've been attempting some price speculation, time targets. That's probably the hardest type of estimate to give when it comes to technical analysis, but I'll give it a shot for you. So you asked price in May. I'm gonna have to go with the end of May. And this is too high time frame to even see it. Okay, so the way it's looking before then, I'm expecting a pump up into the $13 to $14. This was a sell box back here. I don't want to label it a sell box anymore. It's more a consolidation box. Or perhaps a resistance box, you could call it. I don't want to call it a sell box though. And so that is looking like before May. And then I do believe we'll see higher prices than we saw right here by the end of May, judging by how fast it's been moving over the past month or two. So with bullish continuation, we could see $20 by the end of May. There you go. That's how fast we could see a move higher. Maybe sooner, maybe later. That's an estimate based upon this previous trajectory, something like that. That would be towards the end of May. Now, there's an earnings coming up here, May 10th. It's ridiculous how perfectly that matches up with that date down below. So, if that's the case, guys, if that's what we see happen here, and we're sitting at $20 right before the earnings report, yeah, that's what I'm expecting. Just like we saw on the last earnings report back here, a dip. Just like we saw on the GameStop earnings report, just like we saw on the Sundial earnings report. I'm calling it a couple months in advance right now. If we're at these higher prices, by the time that earnings report rolls around, it's probably gonna take a big dip. People are buying the news right now leading up into that earnings. It's buying the rumor, selling the news. That's what that means when people say that literally here on the chart. AMC keeps pushing higher. It's testing the 1050 level, which we've been waiting for. So far, so good. That's why I kept saying right here, it's not a good time to be selling. There's a lot of panic here, a lot of stop losses getting hit. Don't let that be you. Patience. Stay calm, hold strong. Glad you enjoyed that little lesson, Chris. Thanks for all the support in the chat. We're crushing it today. We've been spot on so far with our price action today. And I'm expecting it to follow what we've been predicting still. This, again, is exactly what I would want to see on a real correction continuation into a bull run. It keeps getting bought up from those lows. It's not getting pushed down very hard. The indicators are bullish again. Even the moving averages are starting to curve up on the higher time frame charts. It's hard to say when AMC could hit 15 again, Kevin, but with a solid breakout from here, could happen pretty fast. It's definitely possible we'll see $15 this week on AMC. That's how fast it's moving. That's not out of the question.
Are you bullish on another stock the same way you were with AMC? Like your videos.
Yeah, for sure, Mr. Rico. Appreciate your support, man. So, essentially, all of the YouTube trading portfolio stocks are at nice entries right now. Every one's a little different, so AMC has a lot of fundamentals going for it right now. And that's part of what's helping during these big dips. It's very obvious that the theaters are reopened all across America. The vaccines have been rolling out to people, so there's a lot of fundamentals going for AMC, which is part of the reason I'm extra bullish on AMC. I liked it a lot more at the $5 buy box down here, this entry. That's where I was most bullish on that. So to answer your question specifically, I'm looking for these kind of entries down here at these sort of levels before we see this kind of stuff take off. And there are assets like that right now. One of them's NAKD. It's at a very good entry for long term. It has been for a couple weeks. It's breaking out today. Where's today's price? There we are. It's been breaking out. It's been breaking out a lot lately, the past week. This looks like a confirmed breakout from a much bigger pattern on the higher time frame. This has a lot of potential to run. So this is a very nice entry that I'm bullish on, like AMC at $5. This is a low conservative target. The real targets are much higher. So from this point, I'm pretty bullish on NAKD. I'm looking at 150% plus profit targets for that, potentially much higher. Potentially 350% long on NAKD. So that is a nice one right now in CCIV as well. So this risk reward didn't play out exactly from that point. I'm gonna keep it the same though and move it down to today's entry. I know there's a lot going on these charts, but pay attention to this green and red part. That's all I'm showing you right now. So if I move this down to where we are right now, here's what's so cool about CCIV. You could have such a tight stop loss on this thing. It's not even funny. You could have like a 1 to 2% stop loss on CCIV. If you do that, your risk reward on the swing trade's 142 to 1. Okay, you can't ask for a nicer entry than that. The target's $60 in the midterm. It's a huge swing right there, 200% with a 1 to 2% stop loss entry. You're welcome. I hope you guys crush that trade. I plan to keep up with it as time goes on, some more price action develops on the CCIV chart long term. I like to be early. I don't like to buy at the moon. Here's the moon. We have a very important member request to cover. Somebody pointed out we may be seeing gigantic rocket ship formation. It's looking good, guys. I'm liking what we're seeing today on AMC's price. Getting very close to this wedge breakout. Let's cross our fingers for some green above here. All we need on the day, really, all we want to see today, when everything's said and done, is AMC closing just above $11. I would like to see it close the day up here. That would look good going forwards. We don't need it to pump like crazy today up here. It's okay if it doesn't go that high today, because we're planning for the next step later in the week and later in the next month. AMC's looking bullish potentially for the month to come. I don't think this is gonna be a single day event. What is GME moving a little bit? It's not from what I can tell. That's the problem, guys. People keep getting excited about GME every time it puts in one green 5-minute candle. But that's been false signals over and over and over again. All these green 5-minute candles, people thought it was gonna go to the moon. This doesn't mean anything until it's back up here. It's not even holding $180 today. Psychological resistance, $180. I don't know, that was a weird looking rocket, that's why I deleted it. The rocket's pointy. Is that what rocket ships look like? I forget. There we go, guys. It's a wedge rocket. And there's us inside. Thanks for the likes, guys. That's cool. Lets me know I'm doing a good job. Even if we're not seeing much in the price, there's still an awful lot that I can teach you. Some great questions in the chat. Keep them coming. We do have to stay focused on our Wall Street bets assets today, please. It's cool to talk about those other ones. I don't have time to pull them up on every asset up on the chart. Yeah. Alright, cool. I'm liking the chat. You got it. That's what I'm here for. To turn the music up. I'll just let it blast while I draw some stuff. A few minutes. We're hoping for $15 this week, Christian. AMC. 13 or 14 would be nice. You did make me laugh. I can't show that message though. Thanks, man. I like to have some fun. This looks good on the short term. I think we're gonna see a breakout coming. Yeah, Denwo loves the heavy beats. You already know when I'm cruising around town, I'm pumping the tunes. GME hit 180 finally. Still doesn't mean a whole lot yet. However, we are getting closer and closer to testing this wedge resistance. The more it goes sideways, the closer we're reaching, the sooner we're gonna hit this line. So I'm gonna keep moving it lower and lower, closer and closer. It's also getting, we're not far away from a test here. This resistance is very important. It's not the last one up here, or up here, but it's the start. It's the start of continuation, if that's the case. It's still early, guys. Okay, AMC is riding the short-term moving averages. That looks very bullish on the short term. It's not being held underneath anymore. It appears the bulls are in control. Brett, we have a buy box on GME, but it's very low. It's way down, starting at, I think it was $120. The price is really far away from that buy box right now. Patience might pay off with that entry though. If GME did reach down to $100, that would be a pretty sweet entry for a long. Once again, it's not $40 entry, but it's close. It's not too bad of an entry compared to $500. Yeah, that was a risky entry last week. I hear you there. I suppose I'll show it again since I'm talking about it. So when the price dipped down here, it was a risky entry. It absolutely could have tanked even lower right from there. I was saying that it wasn't the worst entry, but it's not the best entry. It's kind of right in the middle. And we really haven't seen anything major happen yet, so these buy boxes are still valid. And that's starting at $120 down to $100, this first one. It could bounce from there if it's fairly bullish over the next few weeks. If it sees a really big correction all the way down below 100, from $60 to $100 about, that's this real buy box. That would be the best entry area for a long if it goes that low. So it's not the end of the world if GameStop did go to $60, it just depends on how you handle that. If you're trying to enter GameStop, you kind of want it to dip again, right? But people who just bought in up here don't want it to dip. So there's a lot of people on both sides right now on GameStop. Excuse me. Christian is wondering about the volume. Costs forming cup and handle canes. I believe that's very possible. Costs is an old Wall Street Bets play. I haven't kept up on it lately. Alright. I would like to take a look at the volume. It's not much, but it is potentially increasing here on the shorter time frames. GameStop. It was very low, that's true. We were kind of keeping an eye on that, and it's now gotten to the point where the volume's so low on GameStop, it does appear ready to change. I wouldn't be surprised to see more volume coming through here soon. Into the future. It's very, very low right now. We're getting ready to see some sort of change on these assets. They've been sideways and dipping and consolidating for a couple weeks. And now we're starting to see some movement, so GameStop's finally above 180. That's a good sign. It's getting very close to this local resistance. For some real confirmation, remember we are going to need to see candle closes higher up, around $200. The price keeps getting rejected from this dashed orange line. Over and over, so we really need to see it get above that dashed line. AMC is 1050. Catch up with the chat for a minute. Yeah, that's funny, Brett. Oh, you guys are talking about the AMC volume. I'll check that as well. I mean, it's bullish. We're seeing green volume candles. We're seeing green price action. Similar to GameStop, it is kind of falling off here, getting very low. So it could be the sign of a change coming soon. Some more volume increasing after that low. You can see in the past, every time it does get that low in volume, like right here, and right here, and right here, and right here. When it gets that low, it does increase afterwards, so it's kind of what we're looking at on the volume for AMC. The RSI keeps pointing upwards too. Look at the RSI pointing almost straight up. Some of these lines get distorted depending on which time frame you're looking at. That's why those look so strange down here. They don't align with anything because it's a different time frame than where I drew those. Just gonna delete them. I'm not even sure where this one's coming from. So that's what we're looking at. The RSI heading back towards overbought territory. That's a good indication of profit taking, I should say profit taking and selling. Indicators look good, price action looks good. Rock on. AMC's crushing it today. The bounce is holding. That's what this means. The recovery is acting like a real recovery at this point. It doesn't appear to be chopping up and down in this range. It's likely we're just gonna continue up from here at this point into the rest of the week, returning back to the prices that we saw only a week ago. It was only last week we were at $14. GME at 180. I don't know, let me check that moving average. I'm just gonna pull up GME chart on its own. Sure. It's getting close, but no cigar. It's not there yet. Needs to get above this box. The box is about 185. Not only does it need to get above there, it needs to close up there. You see how these candles got all the way up and the price still came way down after. It needs to find real support here, not just a wick up and down. Here's the VPVR. Check out where the point of control is sitting right now. $10.25. It's right in the middle of this accumulation, this bullish accumulation box. This is essentially a buy box on AMC. It's not the best. It's not our $5 buy box, but it is an entry. And it's obvious that there's been much support found along this volume spike. That's where all the price action is occurring, $10.25. And it's bounced off there so far. It's a great sign. Good question, Jamon. The easiest way I can explain it quickly is the regular volume indicator. Those are clearly measuring the volume over time. So depending on what time you're looking at, there was a lot of volume on March 26th and then not as much on the 29th, right down here. So that's what the regular volume is showing, is over time. Well, this volume, the horizontal volume, is actually lined up with the vertical axis. So that's actually measuring the volume over the difference in price. So there's a lot of volume at $10.25, not as much volume below $10. It takes a little while to wrap your head around the real impact of that. I recommend spending some time really thinking about what that means. It's one thing to just say it, it's another to really understand how that could affect the price action. So, for example, note the big lack of volume right here on the VPVR at about $12. Well, its moving average is pointing directly at that lack of volume. This is our short-term resistance. So you can see how the VPVR aligns with those other indicators here, whereas the normal volume doesn't tell us anything. There's nothing I can read from that about the future, right? There's no volume data over here on the regular volume. There is volume data over here on the price volume. Sure, Mina. The order books are false a lot of the time. I'm probably gonna end up explaining this on like every single live stream. There will be questions about this. And that's okay. That's cool. I know when people are getting started with technical analysis, they end up watching the order books a lot, thinking it's relevant. I'll tell you right now, it's not as relevant as it appears. Now, when you place an order, any of us places an order for 1,000 shares at AMC, and perhaps a little bit of it got filled, you got 100 shares filled, well, you can cancel that 900 other shares in your order. You can cancel the rest of your order. So if you have enough capital available, you could put in an order for 1,000,000 shares and then simply cancel it. It's called a buy wall and a sell wall. The reason it's a wall, so here's our wall. Imagine the price is shooting at this wall. It's like arrows flying at the wall. So that's their buy or sell wall. So right now, let's say there's probably a big buy wall down in at the $10.25 support area. Maybe there's 1,000,000 shares sitting there. That's almost like a wall. And well, okay, but the second they remove that wall, the price shoots right through it. So sure, there might be a big wall there of 1,000,000 shares and it looks like it's gonna deflect the price, but then they simply remove it and then the price shoots right through it. So the whole order book stuff is a bunch of nonsense. It's really not a good way to
There's
trade.
a wall for y'all! Exclamation mark. We appreciate you, Denwo.
Thanks for that trading, gal. I'm loving all the support today. It seems like people are enjoying these little psychology lessons, let's call them. I'm gonna continue with that kind of bigger picture overview in the future. It's a lot of high level concepts at play here in the markets, and it's all coming together to paint a bigger picture. So on the bigger picture, AMC continues to look bullish regardless of a dip. This looks like a big bear trap, and so far it is that. This only isn't a bear trap if the price comes back lower, but for the time being this is absolutely a bear trap. Okay, cool. Glad you guys understand what I'm saying there. Proves your intelligence right on. Or even intellect, I should say, right? Proving my intelligence right there. Still early, we're waking up. Got our coffee going, 10, 11, 12, 1. It's the West Coast, so we got 3 hours to go on the market. I'm planning to be live another hour here, and then I'll be putting out a daily update video for these assets tonight, tomorrow morning. Stay tuned for that. No marathon today, but I will be live again Thursday morning as well, and perhaps we will go all day then. Hey Mickey, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate that. I hope what I was messaging you about the other day was helpful. It's just a slight delay on some of the super chats. That's YouTube's fault. But I saw your message.
Thank you for streaming.
You got it. It's my pleasure. We're having a good time today. Price looking nice still. It's about to put in some sort of higher highs potentially, like we've been waiting for. It's holding above 1050. This was resistance. It's now support. I'm curious how the daily candle's looking. Looks pretty good, so it is actually the weekly right now. I really like how the wick came all the way down to the 0.3882 fib level. Not explaining that right now, but it's a good retest of that right here. On the weekly chart, it's also right where the red moving average is. So there's two lines of confluence right there at that wick. It looks nice on the weekly chart. So again, the higher time frames you look at for AMC, it gets more and more bullish the further out you go. But here's the daily chart as well. Technically it's a green candle, so nothing wrong with that. It's still within this consolidation box. And that's why I'm saying I would like to see the candle close today above here. If we can close up here, that's perfect, right above $11. Even if it holds sideways for potentially a couple of days here, it could do that and not break the greater pattern at play on this chart, as long as it's not closing candles down here. So higher time frames look great for AMC, not so much on GameStop. Kind of similar. It's a green candle so far on the day, but it is more of an indecision candle, how it looks, because there's wicks on the top and bottom. Let me see if I can pull up a cleaner chart for this. I think I may have a clean one. Here's our nice AMC chart as well. This is a nice daily / weekly chart. It's riding right on these support lines. Just a quick look at the different chart pattern. I have lots of AMC charts. This is one pattern here. Here's a clean GameStop chart, perfect. So that's what we're looking at, guys. I've had these boxes and arrows on here for a long time. It continues to follow that trajectory right now. This is the buy box. I'm leaving it here. Still valid. So sure, it saw a pretty epic bounce from there. It's not over yet. There's a lot going against GameStop still, right above it here. There's this resistance, it broke under. There's this resistance, it broke under. There's this resistance, it's still under. It's way too early to make a bullish entry on this. And that's an unbiased look at the charts. I'm not holding GameStop personally. I don't even know if I'm gonna enter it. If it does dip down here, I probably will, but it doesn't really match up with my risk tolerance for my trading portfolio. So this is completely unbiased. I'm just showing you the chart. I don't personally care which way it goes, but the chart is overall bearish right now. Still. Cool. We really don't even need to look at the higher time frames on GameStop right now. It's not going to tell us anything what's happening in this little range. It's not important to the bigger picture. We need to see something change. There hasn't been any change here. No change up here, no change down here. I'm waiting patiently. I'll keep you all posted and well informed on that as soon as I see some sort of more clear development on this pattern. A lot of day trading scalp opportunities in the markets right now. That was a pretty small move, but it happened quick. 2% roughly short. AMC's finally starting to move very fast. The last time AMC was at $10, it took probably 2 weeks of consolidation before any move higher. Now we're seeing pushes higher up to 5-10% and more on the regular. Almost every day we're seeing 10% moves up and down on AMC now. It was not moving like that a few weeks ago. It was moving 1% a day, not 10%. So things are getting pretty volatile on AMC. It's what we've been waiting for. We're hoping it starts to move like GameStop and sees a nice 200% pump. That's just further confirmation in the long term that it's doing what we hoped. It's starting to move faster. People are getting panicked. That's fine with me. The more mistakes people make selling for losses down here, the higher price they're gonna have to rebuy in later. It's just gonna push the price higher over time. A lot of people are holding. If somebody's stopped out right there and they wanted to re-enter today, they're gonna pay a 17% premium to get back into their same position. The RSI is low. It's, yeah. I think on the higher time frames it looked better. Yeah, so this last dip, the RSI was very, very low. That was a good signal. And inexperienced charters are gonna miss stuff like that. It looks simple right here, but to be able to identify it at the right time is huge. Before you know it, it already changed direction. There's a lot of FUD back here, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Now perhaps we're seeing some more FOMO kick in, fear of missing out. Those are crypto terms. Yeah, Sam, start planning what level of profits you are comfortable with walking away from. I agree, Isaiah. AMC didn't crash today. It didn't take a huge dip. That's a good sign as well. So many bullish signals for AMC, even on the short term right now. It's far from over on AMC. Time for another retest of 1050. I I'm definitely waiting to see if the top of the box holds as resistance or not. I want to see this push higher right now. Put in a higher high. I don't want to see it get stuck in this box for very long. Alright, I'll keep up with that just for curiosity's sake. CCIV doing same thing. Consolidation. Had a little run up. Higher highs on CCIV though. Potentially higher lows. Okay. Stair stepping. In the formation on CCIV it looks like. And we're hoping to see something like that here with a stair stepping higher lows and higher highs coming through. I want to see one more higher high outside of this box. It is doing an awful lot of retests, isn't it, Joe? That's funny, Brett. No, I'm not into that. I had Pokemon cards when I was younger, and that if I still had them, they would probably be worth millions of dollars. I do not have those cards any longer. They got lost a long time ago. GME price prediction in one sentence. Patience might pay off in the buy box down below. How's that? I think that was one sentence. Might have been a run-on sentence. Honestly, even the daily candle here is fading. It may turn red soon on the day. AMC's not. AMC looks good still. They're acting differently this morning. They're following similar trends. They had a dip, now they're higher, but AMC is looking bullish, whereas GameStop's looking bearish. On the short term. Double top bearish. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Cal. You probably mean right here, double top, but if we're looking at this kind of a time frame, there's a 5-minute chart. The problem I have with that is since it's such a precise time frame, it's not exactly a double top. If it was more of a precise double top, that would be more valid. Like this, but it didn't reach up there. And since we're on a 5-minute chart, you're talking about that level of accuracy on this type of chart. It is very precise price action. So sure, like that might be a double top for this little move right here, this little short scalp, but on the greater picture, this is no kind of relevant double top for a bigger move down. It's nothing like that. It's just a 5-minute quick double top. A real double top would be something like this up here on a higher time frame, and then it might break lower. But this is pretty small. It's definitely consolidating and getting more compacted. Right? Yeah, those Pokemon cards went to the moon. Pretty funny. It's pretty wild how the Poke cards increased in value more than like the old baseball cards, the old Babe Ruth cards and stuff. I guess people want to recapture their childhood, and that's why I'm staying focused on the bigger picture and telling you all that you're early on these assets, because think about it. Think of all the kids right now growing up, teenagers, whatnot. They're gonna be investing soon, guys. There's a whole new generation about to become productive working citizens, and they're going to be looking to enter these assets too, these same exact assets, over the next couple years, the next long term, right? The next bull run. Maybe it's not even AMC at that point. Maybe we're all talking about something else. But it's coming. They're gonna be looking to learn this stuff too. Over the next few years, there's gonna be a lot of people trying to learn how to trade. And because you're here today, learning about it now, that's gonna put you ahead of nearly a whole generation coming. So just keep that in the back of your mind. If you feel like you're behind on these assets or behind on your learning process, you're ahead of a lot of people just by watching this right now, today. So you should feel good about that. In a few years, you could be the chiseled veteran, right? And all the new people will be talking about it on the news again. Throw in a small wave prediction there, something like that. This could correct a lot lower. Could be more choppy, a lot more extreme moves like that. I don't think it's just gonna go straight up necessarily. Thanks for the support in the chat. That's why I'm still here. All the love, much appreciated. You could probably hear my voice giving out a little bit. I think I'm gonna be live another 30 minutes, y'all, so get those questions out there. The way it's looking is very nice. Of course, I'll give you a summary leading into the end of the day when we wind things down. But at this point, it appears we're not going to see a massive pump today. I suppose it's possible after hours. That's what happened the first time when it went to $20. That was all during aftermarket, so that's something to be aware of. Any day now during the after hours, we could see a pretty big run. Just because it doesn't pump during the intraday today doesn't mean it's done. So even if I was live until the close of the market, it's not gonna change the bigger picture here. right now. As long as you guys understand the cycle that we're in, the phase of this, then you'll be in good shape. Many people are looking at this bearishly still, like that. I think you're smart enough, if you've been watching for a while today, or some of my other live streams, I think you understand that this is a dip, not a crash. Thanks for the compliment, Elgin Carp. Means a lot, bro. You too, E-Bomb. They do indeed. It's kind of fun when you meet a new friend and you tell them you're a professional trader, right? That's kind of cool. A little bragging, right? And I believe anyone can get there with the right patience and strategy. Anyone can succeed at trading, that's true. Most people will fail at trading, that's also true. It's an art, not a science. It takes technicals and fundamentals and intuition to make any kind of meaningful sense of the charts. It all comes into play. I believe it takes a well-rounded individual to understand the ups and downs of trading. As long as you're comfortable with your profits, E-Bomb, that's all that matters. So along those lines, if people are sitting in profits right here right now still from the $5 entry and they're worried about a crash, if crashing down here would wreck your portfolio, you probably should consider exiting. So it really depends on your entry and whatnot, your cost basis. Thanks a lot for your interest, Elgin Cart. Thanks for asking. So we have an exclusive trading community on Discord. It's an app kind of similar to Slack, and I post exclusive charts there on these trade ideas. I posted an AMC chart at $5, posted a GME chart at $40, I posted a CCIV chart at $20. So we've been making some very nice calls out there, trade ideas only for members, and I also put out member only videos on the weekends. We have a lot of mature, responsible, intelligent people in our community. Very proud of it. It's a diverse community, and we're welcome to having some of you more join right now. I don't want it to get too big, but you're all welcome at the moment. Happy to have some more members today. Shout out to any of the new members who joined earlier. I'm on there every day talking to people. So this previous price action with the highs I'm gonna make it into some sort of parallel channel here with the yellow support line. So we have this yellow channel that's now formed on the chart. A break outside of this is going to be very bullish. It could take a little time bouncing between that channel. No worries, Bo. I'll be explaining candles and wicks more in future videos as time goes on, so simply by watching my content, you'll start to pick up on all that more and more. The candles and wicks are important. They're not always a telltale sign though. Same with the colors. You can have a green candle close with a big wick or whatnot. So like GameStop right here. Here's the clean chart. This GameStop wick and candle. Just a quick note about it. Currently, the way it's sitting, it's an indecision. It could go up or down from that point. This type of candle pattern often means that a bigger move is on the horizon. So that's not inherently bullish or bearish. You identify it with the big wicks above and below. And just because it's green does not mean it's bullish either. The shape of this candle is much more important than the color. So even though it's green, it still looks bearish to me, being that it's sitting much lower than this last candle close. CCIV is right at the bottom of the buy box. So this asset continues to dip. You can see there's a couple of pretty big red candles coming through here. So it continues to dip pretty hard over and over again. And I think what that is literally people are getting impatient. It's been going sideways a lot lately. And I think people are skeptical it's gonna go up soon. So they're selling out right now. And if it really does go up, this is literally the worst spot you can possibly exit the position. It is putting in the stair step. And NAKD is holding up just fine. It might take a little time here. Remember, it's a long-term trade, so this breakout may take some time to really kick off. May take a couple weeks, may take a month to really see some higher movement on NAKD, hopefully sooner. bullish MACD on 15-minute chart still. 30-minute chart. 1 hour chart. 2 hour chart. MACD looks good. It's a little bit of a struggle at this moving average, but as soon as it's above that, it should be pretty good to go for another rally. I don't think this red moving average is gonna mean anything. Yeah, CCIV's had a lot of chop lately, Travis. It's understandable. Keep in mind a lot of people bought in CCIV at $40, $50, $60, and they're still holding from those prices. So when you're talking about entries under $30 compared to those higher entries, that's pretty good discount. I'll have to read on the news about Viacom. There's been some talk about that in the chat this morning. Not sure what that's all about. Yeah, Android, I do use green candles. I take the colors into consideration, absolutely, but not all the time. The shape is more important. So this green candle here in the middle, the color green here is kind of relevant to me because this last one was green, this next one's green, so we see a green pattern, so to speak. If this was red, it would still mean the same thing to me because of the shape. It's an indecision candle. That's all I mean. The shape's more important than the color. I still do pay attention to the colors. There's also settings to change the colors depending on the previous candle close. So certain charts show the colors differently as well. Not every chart's gonna have the same candles being green and red. I guess Viacom crashed on Friday. Nice, good job exiting MBIS at 19, Scott. I think that's probably gonna save you from some red. Overall, the microvision chart looks fairly bearish at the moment. Great question. You're welcome, Sharon. Thanks for the kind words. It's a good question about the NAKD buy box. See, okay, we perfect time. That was explaining the colors of the candles. So the candle just turned red on AMC. It doesn't mean anything. It's green again already. The color changing doesn't matter here very much right now. So NAKD is nice, Scott, because it's been at our entry for quite some time. This entire purple box is bullish accumulation from $1.12 down to 75 cents. So anywhere in this box was our buy box for NAKD for a long-term swing trade. And it's at the very bottom of that box, so it's essentially the best point to enter at. Going along with this long-term horizontal support. you couldn't really ask for a better entry because the risk to reward so low. You could have a very tight stop loss right underneath. Even if it did fall through, it doesn't have much room to drop, maybe 20% before it hits these moving averages. So either way, this is a nice entry right now on NAKD. We're in the buy box. We're at the bottom of the buy box on NAKD. It's kind of similar to the $5 price point on AMC back when we had that buy box. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Sounds good, Becky. Remember, I will have a daily update video coming out tomorrow as well. And I'll be live again on Thursday morning. Hope to see some of you back there on Thursday in the chat. Oh yeah, Americo, we'll definitely cover GameStop before we end here. I know you got your eye on that. The problem is I'm not expecting to see anything significant happen for the rest of the day on GME. But from here, we have a short-term breakout potentially. I have coffee all over my mustache. So, potentially a short-term breakout right here. And if that continues, it's looking bearish somewhat in the short term. But you can't forget about all these resistances up here, guys. This is what's really important on the GameStop chart right now. Up towards the $200 price. Note this high right here, this local high, it's pretty far up. It's at $194 right here. Until GameStop sees some sort of higher high come through, it's not any sort of confirmed stair stepping right now, really. I can't really place a good stair step pattern on this chart. It's more just sideways until we see something like that, and then this will be a confirmed higher low. Until that happens, I can't be bullish on this chart. There's way too much resistance above it coming from higher time frames. This is a day trading chart right now. It just looks bad when you zoom out. It could go down still. It's getting pretty close to a decision, but that's the reality of it. It's very risky entry from here. It's also kind of a risky exit. The exit was up here at $300, not down here in the middle. We're right in the middle of a lot of price action. From a swing trading perspective, sometimes the best trade to make is not making a trade. How about that? We need to see what happens here, guys. We really do. It's too early. And I'm not convinced we're gonna know by today. It could take until the rest of the week. It could take a few days here to really see what happens with GameStop. I'm not saying as soon as after hours kicks off, it's not gonna pump to $400. Anything could happen with GameStop. That's why people like to trade it. That's part of the fun, it's somewhat unpredictable. So no matter how much you prepare, it's still almost a coin flip of a trade. And that's just not the kind of trade that I like to enter. I want to have more confirmation that I'm making a smart move rather than just flipping a coin. If I want to do that, I'll go to the casino. Yeah, it is Kitty's lunchtime. I'm impressed. She's been chilling out today. Kitty had a late night running around, being loud. Perhaps on Thursday she'll join us for the stream and be meowing her face off. That's always a good sign. Yeah, I super appreciate that, Gregory. That's why I do this, man, just because of all those kind words in the chat. I know I'm helping people, and that's what really matters. I'm not going for those ridiculous views. I'm here for the people who matter to me most, my members and my longtime viewers. So thanks again, everyone, for tuning in this morning. We'll be wrapping up here in about 10-15 minutes. Hopefully everyone's nice and prepared mentally now for what's to come here. There's been a lot of panic about a potential crash. We're seeing a lot of support here. I don't see anything that looks like a crash today yet. The daily candle would have to close way down here out of the blue somehow, and it just doesn't appear that way right now, just straight up. It does not look to be doing that, so this support is very much holding. It's a long-term support coming from way back. So it's very much at play on the higher time frames. That's what's really important with where we're sitting currently, is this yellow diagonal line. Likely it'll just take a little bit of time here before breaking out, and then the end of the week is looking bullish. The end of the month even is looking bullish. Next month's looking bullish. And the end of the year is looking pretty bullish for AMC. So, yep, I'm still very much bullish on this asset. I'm patiently waiting for more developments on the GME chart. It's been fluctuating an awful lot today, up and down. Not a whole lot of variation in the pattern. I haven't seen anything today that gives me any kind of solid advantage over anyone else in the markets. It's essentially still a coin toss right now from this level anyway. It needs to start building some support above $185. Cool, thanks a lot, Tabletop. I remember you from the last live stream, I think it was. And you too, Bo. Baz, welcome to the show. Thanks, guys. I really do appreciate all the support. We have the best audience. We really do. Makes me super proud that our viewers are crushing these trades. It's a tough market right now. A lot of people are getting wrecked. And we're gonna stay one step ahead of the markets on this channel. So thanks again for everyone tuning in today. I think that wraps it up pretty well with GME here. It really is too early to make a major call. I'm gonna need to see prices above $200 before anything starts to look different. At this point, it's still very much in a strong downtrend. Maybe it consolidates, but we really need to keep this bigger picture in mind on the GameStop chart. It's got a lot of resistance right now, right above it, so until it starts really moving past these resistances, bearish on GME. And cool. I'll wrap it up with CCIV. I think that'll do it, guys. CCIV continues to show false signals. We're seeing a lot of just small, minor dips throughout the day. So another dip right here. Potentially what we're looking at is a double bottom or just a bounce off this support trend line. That's coming from pretty far back as well. You can extend it way back, like so. Some of these wicks back here match up nicely with that trend line. So at the moment, this is the trend line. It's consolidating between this mini pattern, this mini little wedge almost. It's not a great wedge, but it's something. And then we have to move it. Long-term moving averages just below it there. Keep in mind these other wicks are another good line of defense for the bulls. So overall, unlike GameStop now, where there's lots of resistances above GameStop, there's lots of support below CCIV. And the midterm target is going to be $53 for the short to midterm, as high as $60. Awesome. Hope you all enjoyed the show today. Had a lot of fun talking to everyone in chat. Great questions. Thanks again. Shout out to the new members and happy trading. See you next time. Take care. Cheers. I'll be back Thursday morning. Just read in the chat. Y'all are funny. Denwonians. My pleasure. Until next time.